Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are around the world. It's Walt here at DFW International Airport for another afternoon and into the evening of plane spotting action from the second busiest airport in the world. We will have an action-packed afternoon, at least I hope so. Looky there, there's a One World livery American Airlines plane parked over at Terminal A. So that's just an indication of the fun to come here for you as we go through the afternoon on Runway DFW. There you see the North Radar Tower and the gigantic flag blowing with the wind from the south, and it's a fairly stiff breeze right now. Let me see what the official reading on that is. It says 9 miles an hour. It feels a little brisker than that, but we'll take them at their word as we begin to bring you all the afternoon action. We should be seeing, coming in later on this afternoon, always the highlight, or one of the highlights of the day, the A380 coming in from London on British Airways. We will bring you let's see, we've got at least a couple of, should be seeing a few 747 cargos coming in now. We don't have any Queen's passenger or Queen of the Skies in the passenger configuration here for you. So yeah, hang out with us. Glad to see you here on this Saturday, September 24th. I didn't even say what the day was did I? And let us greet our friends from around the world. Here's Ramon Balderrama. Thank you for your videos. You are welcome. Runway AFW says hi. Hello, Runway AFW. Bill Caldum from Southwest Arkansas. Good afternoon, Walt. Milene Alves with 4 planes greeting us, thank you. Cessna Textron says hello. Ken G says hello to all. Runway AFW says my grandma went to fly to Seoul last Thursday. Tell her to say hello to my son who lives and works there. And Waters is checking in from, where is he? There he is, from the UK, where it's 9 o'clock. So sit back, have a cuppa, and hang out with us here. One of our Moderation Federation members, Gerard, is here. I said hello to him yesterday on, I think it was Flugelschaft? No, that, I can't remember. He's on so many streams, but thank you, Gerard, for hanging out with us. Ken G says that's a big radar tower. It is, if you count the, I mean, those are stairways in there, so it's about, I don't know, 6 or 7 stories tall, and that's a big flag, too. Ms. Wolves 13, another one of the members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation, is also on board with us this afternoon. Thank you to you for all you do for us. Breaker said, finally swung by the park when you are streaming. Hopefully last hot day for the year. Yeah, it's going to be a hot one today. Plane Spotting with Keith says, good afternoon, Walt and everyone. Hit the wrong button, sorry. And okay, so I think it's time to start looking at some planes, shall we? It is 95 degrees in the shade, but I do have a shady spot to hang out at. So that's a positive. It'll become unshady as we go through the afternoon, but for right now it's probably well, it's a hot part of the day, probably maybe not the hottest, but it's okay. We're doing okay. So we've got over there a couple of American Airlines planes, one flight off to Monterey and an A319, a 737 off to Mexico City, and a SkyWest CRJ 700 headed to Aspen. And you see going through your plane there, or through your screen there, I think that was the flight that's going to Mexico City. So there they are, assembling up at the top of runway, or the north end of runway 18 left, the nominal takeoff runway. And I think what we're seeing there is flight 1608, an Airbus A321, and that's headed off to Phoenix, Arizona. We have a very young plane spotter here observing the action. And this is a real family place where we are. It's at DFW Founders Plaza on the northwest side of the airport, overlooking runways 18 left and 18 right. Just 2 of the 7 runways that are operational here. I think they're all operational. I'm going to pan over to the left here to see the arrival of SkyWest Flight 3234, operating for American Eagle. That's coming in from Aspen. Didn't I just tell you we were getting a plane that's going out to Aspen? There's an Embraer 175 American Eagle. That was going out to Oklahoma City. Flight 3940 for those of you who are keeping score along with us. Here's the A319 we talked about earlier. I think you just went through your viewport, and this one's off to Monterey in Mexico. This is the first Runway DFW broadcast of the fall. But I was thinking on the way, and of course for those of you who may be watching us in the southern hemisphere, it will be the first time you're watching us in the spring. And then that got me to thinking, okay, what if you live along the equator and your street marks the equator? Is somebody who lives on the other side of the street welcoming a different season, or how do they work that down there along the equator? And in countries that are bisected by the equator? Do they celebrate spring and fall simultaneously? These are questions that must be answered. Here's an A321 coming in from Seattle on American Airlines. We're going to break one of my rules and pan over to capture the departure of Flight 2350 to Mexico City. Entering your view now is American Airlines Flight 1368, 737-800 off to El Paso in far west Texas, and just one of those coincidences, I guess, or maybe it's planned, that the plane that's coming in right now, an American Eagle flight, the CRJ 900 is coming in from El Paso. So we've got an American Eagle coming in from El Paso, and that American Airlines flight going out to El Paso, which is in far west Texas. So far west that it's in a different time zone from where we are. Is our ATC working? I know I turned it on. I heard it earlier. I'm crawling under a desk now. There it is. I think I just didn't have it turned on. There we go. Adds a little atmosphere. Now arriving from Los Angeles, it's American Flight 2976 in Airbus A321. Rolling down on runway 18 left is this American Airlines 737-800 headed out to St. Louis, Missouri. Flight 2858. And as we watch that go out, we will see American Flight 2807, a 737-800, arriving from San Francisco. It is what you would call a cloudless sky above us. I'm looking around 360 like and I don't see any clouds, so I am hoping this will be one of the last steamy days of, well, I was going to say summer, but it's not summer anymore, is it? I need to reposition our scanner over there. Hang in there with me. Let me play some repositioning the scanner music for you. Okay, I'm back. Wayne Hartshorn says, looks like a beautiful, I'm assuming he means day in Dallas. Beautiful but hot, yes. Our friend Vince Las Vegas says, wild blue yonder. There it is. Runway AFW says, does anyone know what X-Plane 11 is? Well, we'll put that out to the group. It sounds like it would be something experimental. Technical Kahoot Online Live says, it's so beautiful. Oh, you know what I see there? Do you see that in the foreground there? Well, not the foreground, but in front of the One World livery plane. Let me see if I can get a closer look at that for you. It is one of my favorite American Airlines heritage liveries. And here we'll zoom in on that just a bit. There's the tail of that's the previous American Airlines livery, that AA on the tail with the eagle on it. I love that livery. Oop, we have a go-round. Our first one of the day. It made that decision quite a bit ago. That is American Flight 1506, a 737-800 coming in from Indianapolis. And it took the decision to not land. And I'm trying to find it in our viewfinder here. So it continues our streak of go-rounds. There it is. Those of you with big screen TV sets may have been able to see it. So we had, in the last 2 shows, we had 3 go-rounds. And so there's the latest one, coming in from Indianapolis. So we'll watch for that on its return mission. There's a special livery for you there. That's the American Airlines flagship Valor livery is what they call it. See if we can get a better look at that as it turns around here. And this honors Medal of Honor recipients in the military. Now the flight to follow up on the go-round is an American Eagle flight coming in from Midland, Texas. I have scheduled for a few weeks from now, we have a viewer who works in the air traffic control division, and he offered to arrange me a tour of one of the, where's our camera? A tour of one of the towers. In fact, that one right there on the right, it's the East Tower. And I hope, it is his hope at that time that I may gain some insights into what goes into things like turnarounds and you know, when they decide to flip around and shift operations from one end to the other, things like that. The downside is I won't be allowed to bring a camera in there, but it will provide me with some valuable insight into what exactly goes on there in those control towers, and I'll be able to relay that information to you. Arriving from Denver now is American Airlines Flight 2579, and there it is. It's an Airbus A321 about to touch down. And here's that Medal of Honor plane about to take off. Again, that's bound for Seattle. That flight was coming in from St. George in Utah. I believe that's in southern Utah, the U.S. state of Utah, with many natural wonders. And as you can see, we've got some heat haze going today as the planes stretch out down the runway. That is American Flight 411. It's going to be on its way to Austin. And as it rolls down the runway, we'll be seeing a flight coming in from, where was this coming from? San Angelo in Texas after a 46-minute flight. There it is there. It's American Eagle Flight. Watch these coming in because the wind is a little blustery at this time. These smaller planes can kind of be a rocking back and forth sometimes when they come in. Alright, we've cleared the decks temporarily as far as the flight line goes for planes taking off. Our next arrival is going to be coming in from Albuquerque, New Mexico in the USA. Flight 1670, a 737-800. Our next arrival on runway DFW. In the daily arrival of the flying apartment building, the A380 Super Jumbo British Airways Flight 192, I believe it is last I checked was right on time. So we should be seeing that at 5 o'clock, 90 minutes from now. Austin Swafford says hello. Glad to see you here. Wayne Hartshorn says it's 7 degrees here in Rye, northeast of England. Tonight, coldest night of the fall season so far. And of course he's referring to, I'm assuming, Celsius. And that would make it 44-ish degrees in Fahrenheit. That A321 coming in from San Diego. American 2743. And if you are one of our new viewers on Runway DFW, thank you. And that one of the first questions you may have is, why are there so many American Airlines aircraft here in American Eagle? And that's because this is their headquarters here in Fort Worth, Texas, just to the south of us. And they have laid claim to DFW Airport in many ways. They occupy fully 3 of the 5 terminals. And so we're going to see a lot of American Airlines planes coming and going. Like this minibus coming in from Durango, Colorado. American Airlines Flight 1314. Couldn't pick that one out of the crowd of planes, so I don't know where that, let me see if I can find it here now. Don't have a destination for that. You may have seen, however, as we were following along with that, and there goes my tripod. That Qatar Airlines jet, which has that arrived? Yeah, we were supposed to see one arriving in this period, so that may have snuck in on the other side of the airport, coming in from Doha. But looks like it fell off the radar there. Supposed to also be getting a Qatar cargo plane. A 777 at some point. That would be later this afternoon, right around the time we see the A380. Here's Alaska Flight 725, a 737-900. This is off to Seattle. I also see a Singapore Airlines 747, which is lighting up the radar, and we will be seeing that taking off. No, that came in from Anchorage. Dang it. That must have come in on the runway we can't see from over here. Runway 13 right. So with any luck, maybe we'll see that one take off. Now there goes the Alaska Airlines jet off to Seattle. This American Eagle Embraer 175 coming in from, I believe it's Zacatecas in Mexico. Let me double check that for you. Yes. Off for Coffee Town. I'm kind of bummed that I missed out on seeing that 747 at least doing a little taxiing. But again, I think we'll see that later on this evening, so stand by for that. Yeah, it's scheduled for about 6:40 to go out. Here is American Flight 868, an A321 coming in from Oklahoma City after a flight of, I'd imagine, probably about 45 minutes. American Airlines Flight 941 is a 737-800. There you see it going through your viewfinder. It's going to Albuquerque, New Mexico. And as that lines up, we're going to see Flight 1550 coming in from Las Vegas, an A321. I believe the last time I checked, American flies its two biggest aircraft types in terms of numbers are first the 737-800 and second the A321. There's that Albuquerque bound flight. There's kind of an indication of how our distance away from where the action is. Need kind of a good zoom lens to make sure we can capture all this fun for you.
Can you tell if that airplane from Sydney is coming?
It will be. I mean, I have it.
She thinks it's that one back there.
Well, let's see here. Yeah, it'll be the one coming in after this one.
Okay. Like the 100-year.
Let's see. Yeah, the 100th anniversary livery.
Yes.
So, got Qantas Flight 7 coming in from Sydney, the fifth longest airplane trip in the world, at least scheduled airplane trip. This here is American Flight 1810 coming in from Santa Ana, California. John Wayne Airport in the Los Angeles area. And so now for our friends down under who are welcoming spring, we'll try to get you a good look at the 787-900 coming in from Sydney. Let's see if we can pick that out of the sky. Still a minute or two away. We'll do our best here. So a tip of our Runway DFW cap to our friends at SID Squad, who provide great coverage of airport action from Sydney and roundabout there. Let's check out this livery. It is here after exactly 15 hours in the sky. And I am quite sure its passengers are ready to stretch their legs on terra firma. See how much of that livery we can see from this side. And where it is right now, it's probably about 1.5 miles away from us. So fortunately, it's a big plane. And we have a long lens, but it does get a little fuzzy with all that heat haze. We have some plane, what you saw there in your viewfinder was plane spotters who were looking at their pictures that they took of that plane landing as we were trying to take a picture of it taxiing. There you see an Air France Dreamliner on its way back to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. That often is redirected over to the east side of the airport for takeoff to Paris. So we'll see what happens. This is American Flight 1304 coming in from Los Cabos in Mexico. And there's the Qantas Dreamliner awaiting its turn at Terminal D. It's Las Vegas is a fan of that livery. Alexander's vlog says I caught that plane across in the sky passing my house. And Michelle RS is asking to send a message to me. How do you do that? You can do that by sending a message to an email to runwaydfw@gmail.com. Here comes the Air France jet. Looks like we're going to get a chance to see it right in front of us taking off. I'm fine, thank you. And I saw somebody on the chat trying to ask if I could turn up the ATC. And I'll see what I can do about that. You may hear some emergency vehicles in the background. Not an unusual sight here. As we always say, the airport is kind of like a city in terms of being a 24-hour entity, and you know, people have accidents and get sick and things like that all the time. And so for those of you who are wondering why I'm, you know, if you ask a question, sometimes I can't answer it immediately. It's because I'm looking at the planes on your behalf. And I don't have a way to look at your messages while I'm broadcasting. I have to kind of tear myself away from the camera to sit down at the computer to do that. I've tried before to have a phone going right next to me here, but it's just too much to focus on at one time. And I know sometimes there's a value in that, but I couldn't, that equation didn't work out for me as well. So at any rate, you'll have to accept the fact that sometimes I cannot immediately respond to your questions. So I apologize for that. Maybe I'll think of some other way to do it. I'm looking in a monitor right now that has 3 cameras going. This is camera 1. Camera 2 is generally looking at the east tower and the planes that park in front of it. And then camera 3 is our wide shot, usually. We also have a camera 4, but I plugged it in and it wasn't working today. That's why you haven't seen the Runway DFW satellite truck yet. The Runway DFW satellite truck is here though. It is beaming our signal out. I just haven't been able to get camera 4 perked up and working again. So there goes Air France, off on its latest jaunt to Paris. You're about to see a Frontier aircraft enter your view screen. It'll be off to San Francisco, an A320. And we're looking here at American Airlines Flight 737-800. Flight 1770 coming in from Fresno, California, with the airport code FAT. So if you get a baggage tag that's going to Fresno, it's going to be in big bold letters. It's going to say FAT. And speaking of fat, well, it's not exactly fat, but it is a large aircraft, one of the largest aircrafts. It is the 747. It is coming in from Anchorage. It is a Cargolux. And I'm going to push the right button there. There we go. Something's wrong with its nose. So we've seen that nose cone effect before. I don't know if it's this plane or I think it was another 747, but at any rate, the nose is where planes have radar equipment. And so that nose is generally made out of a different material than the aluminum, which is commonly covering the rest of the plane, because of course you're not going to get a very good signal passing through aluminum, radar signal. But sometimes you got to replace that. Maybe you have a bird strike, or maybe there's something else. You know, it got damaged or it came loose, and so you have to replace it. And maybe you don't have time or the facilities to have it painted the right color to match the rest of the plane, so you get a white snoot on it. So it's definitely boopable, as they say at Airline Videos Live. Well, I don't think they've ever used that term, but I think you can get a boop the snoot. T-shirt from them. So let's see if we can zero in on it when it turns towards us here in a second or two.
What is that monitor thing?
Just a monitor. You know, it's made for camera, mount on a camera, but I have it going through a switcher, so there's the main pictures and then two other pictures, or three other pictures from the other cameras. Of young plane spotter asking me about my gear. We have a fellow plane spotter who is getting a good look at the Spirit Airlines plane you just saw, which kind of disrupted my view. There we go. Nice and huge 747, says Alexander's Vlogs. We say hello to Jane Elizabeth. Hello, everyone. Hello to you. Goes the Cargolux as my tripod gets blown about here. That's a 10-year-old Boeing 747-8R7F. And if we're good boys and girls, we may get to see that taking off again later on. I'm hearing this odd, repetitive noise, and I don't know what it is. Oh well, I won't worry about it. Oh. So I've been trying to resurrect camera 4 so that we could bring you a shot of our satellite truck, but oh, I think we've got it. By Jove, I think we've got it. I don't know why it tends to work sometimes and not others, but there it is. There it is. Yay. The official Runway DFW satellite truck for you folks. If you want to buy your own, well, I'm not selling them, but you can get it. You can get the original version through Amazon, and there's a link in the description to this page where you can kind of get your own. Well, you can get your own. It just won't say Runway DFW on it because that's exclusive to us. Now, we are awaiting the arrival of American Flight 6060 coming in from Narita Airport in the Tokyo area. It'll be a 787-900. And it'll be our next arrival on a windy Saturday afternoon here at DFW Airport. This will be ending almost an 11-hour flight. I think you can see it coming past that light standard. That is a 4-year-old 787-9 Dreamliner. And hey, it's the top of the hour.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
Okay, there we are. We're happy to be with you for the second hour of Runway DFW. What have we got coming up in this hour? Well, we should see the Lufthansa A340 heading back to Frankfurt from our perch here at DFW Founders Plaza, which, despite the heat on this Saturday afternoon, has got a nice bunch of people hanging out, watching planes. You are seeing there American Flight 2128 taxiing to the north end of runway DFW, or DFW Airport runway 18 left for takeoff. And it's Saturday, September 24th in the year 2022, so we're happy to have you here. That is the flight that's headed to Austin. I was looking back last night at some of my earlier efforts of live plane spotting, some of my earliest ones from last November, I think it was. It was also windy on the day I was looking at, but it was, in addition, it was cold. I'd much rather have it be warm and windy than cold and windy. I don't know about you. Things have quieted down just a tad here. And a little bit of a second to adjust our ATC. I think it should be a little louder now. Now I'm setting up our shade for our equipment to deal with the late afternoon sun, so if you'll bear with me. What I do is I have a table out here, and then I put another table on top of it to give us some shade. It looks a little weird, but it works. And then I take some clips, and should I show you this? Should I show you what I'm doing? Let's see if I can do this. I don't know how well this is going to work out, but so I get this room darkening window shade here and put it over. Kind of like making a bed. But the net result is that it keeps our equipment shady. So that it won't fry on us. So that's what we're doing. Let me get this Delta flight going out. This is an A320 headed to Los Angeles. So I'll show you this and then I'll finish up my tenting project. And the reason I didn't put up that shade before we started was because the we were fully in the shade when we started, and that situation has changed. Hold on, I got to take things off here. Take off my headset and stuff. We're about to see the A340, I think, so hang on for that. Now I'm hoping the A340 will not be turning to go to the east side of the airport as it sometimes does. But it looks like it may be making that turn. Oh, maybe not. As I've said before, I think this is my second favorite current flying around aircraft. My first is the 747. But this one, because it kind of harkens back to the classic look of the 707 and the DC-8. Even though it's a wide body, of course, as opposed to those planes. But this is a plane that, was kind of the wrong plane at the wrong time. Because it was launched just as the age of the twin jet was taking over with its better fuel efficiency, fewer engines to maintain. But I just like the look of this one. So I hope you enjoy it. Let's head back to Frankfurt. And for some reason I'm not seeing this on my radar right now. Bill Caldham says we are nearing 7,000 subscribers here on Runway DFW. I knew when we started we had about 200 to go, so I don't know that we'll see that milestone today, but yeah, we still got a little more than, a little less than 200 now. So if you are liking what you see and you haven't subscribed yet, we invite you to do that. And don't get put off by the word subscription, because on YouTube, a subscription is at no charge to you. Just indicates that you like what you're seeing and you kind of endorse it for other people to see. And you'd like to see more. So. We are here for you several times a week. We've been here 3 times this week because everything kind of worked out weather-wise, and as far as my other duties are required. Roger Williams said, I think you mentioned that the engines on the 340 look small. They do kind of look small compared to those giant ones you see, or at least in scale with the planes itself. Some of those others, the 2-engine jets, they do look bigger. Maybe it's an optical illusion. I don't know. Just use camera 3 to bring you that A319 coming in. Wasn't near my flight radar, so I couldn't tell you what that was. But I could look at this plane for a long time. It's a nice looking aircraft. And oftentimes, probably at least half the time that I'm here, it will get redirected over to the east side for takeoff to Frankfurt. So lucky for us, we get to see it lifting off right in front of us here on runway 18 left. I should take this moment to thank again our Runway DFW Moderation Federation, who, with no compensation whatsoever, except for your love and gratitude, are here to welcome you and to answer your questions. So we thank all of them for their fine work for Runway DFW. Runway DFW would be just a shadow of what it is without those fine folks. So, from all of us out here in the sun and those in the air-conditioned satellite truck, thank you. Keho with some information about Lufthansa, which has just brought back 2 of its A340s-600 back to hibernation from Spain to Munich, or in Spain to Munich. And I see Flugelschaft on the stream. Saying that Lufthansa D-AIGY is called Dorsten, a city in North Rhine-Westphalia, my home state in Germany. And Karsten SH says, hello from Germany. That good one? Yep. That wind is picking up. I may have to add another clip to my tenting arrangement here. So I guess it's just not time yet for this aircraft to take off. I'm speaking to you right now from underneath my broadcast table. Where, as I said, I just added another clip. Is it moving? Is that plane moving? Yes, it is. Okay. Ouch. That was my head hitting the tripod handle. I think I'll be okay. Seeing that plane to me is even kind of a little nicer than seeing the 747 right now, because there just aren't that many A340s flying around anymore. On the flight line for you at this time is American Flight 1618. An Airbus A319. This one's headed to Kansas City, Missouri. And this is kind of a turn-of-the-century plane. It dates back to August of 2021. Is this plane going around? No, I don't think so. Where is it? No. It's an Embraer 175. It sounded like it was accelerating. I'm kind of hypersensitive to go-rounds now. That was coming in from Birmingham, Alabama. American Eagle Flight 3921. There's that Kansas City bound flight once again. Got a little teeny tiny jet coming in here. No idea what that is. I'm not really clued in too much to the business jet world. That one came in from Toluca, in I guess California, and it is said to be a Hawker 800 XP. Registered to Mexico, or to somebody in Mexico. It has a Mexican registration. So I've got an A321 headed out to Las Vegas, but I think we're going to turn our attention now to the northern skies, where American Flight 71 coming in from Frankfurt, where we just saw that A340 depart. 777, after a 10-hour flight from Germany. We appear to have a bit of a lull right now. Get myself a little shady here. Jane Elizabeth says, had one of those American 777s over my house earlier. A beauty. Bill called him with a call back to that private jet, says the top 3% has arrived. Runway AFW says, why is a jet coming into an international airport? As we welcome Dreamer A3401 as the newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Dreamer A3401. Well, Runway AFW, you know, if you've got the landing fees and a place to park your plane, and there is a terminal for private planes here over on the other side, which we don't normally see, then sure, you can have fly those in here. Coming at us there is an American Airlines 777. I couldn't tell. I think it's on its way to the hangar area here on the west side, the American Airlines hangar area. But no, I was wrong. It's headed over from the hangar area to the terminal area. And a plane spotter here getting a good look. Here comes American Flight 1186, arriving from Austin, Texas, 737-800. There's that 777 once again traversing runways 18 left and 18 right on its way over to the terminal. Plane spotting with Keith, reminding us that the A380 coming in from London, the British Airways A380 is about 25 minutes out. Thank you for that, Keith. There goes that private jet headed over to the east side for where the general aviation terminal is. And we've now got American Airlines Flight 2855 on final approach from Los Angeles, being A321. Last time I checked, LAX was the top destination for flights to and from DFW. Let me see if that's still accurate. Yes, according to Flight Radar 24, the DFW to LAX route is the busiest here, with 141 flights over the next 7 days. And if you couple that in with flights to Ontario and to John Wayne Airport, Burbank, you pretty much go to Southern California any time of the day from here. Our next arrival is coming in from Oaxaca, Mexico, if I'm not mistaken. I may be mistaken about that. It's an American Eagle Embraer 175, we know that. It is coming in from Mexico, but this one's coming in from Aguas Calientes. It's American Eagle Flight 3691, everybody. That plane is SkyWest Flight, operating on behalf of American Eagle, headed to Grand Island, Mitsubishi 701ER. So we get a Delta flight coming in from Atlanta in the meantime. That's coming in on the east side of DFW. I don't know if we've looked at any east side arrivals yet. But that's why we don't look at too many of them. They just kind of disappear on us. The next arrival is also coming from Mexico. It's American Flight 1699, arriving from Oaxaca. Brisk breeze just now heading our way. 97 degrees in the shade here, Fahrenheit. We have been hotter here before, but not by too much. Not by too much. Karen Glenn said, forgot to hit the like button. Thank you for the reminder. And I'm sure that reminder came from one of our great members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. Afsan's vlog says, hey Walt, Turkish Airlines serves DFW for 1 year. And Spoonie G says it's 93 degrees in Grand Prairie. Well, I'm going by not an official temperature, but rather a thermometer that's here with me in the shade. So that's my reference point here. It may not be the official DFW temperature. And I see OZ Gaming 9 is in the house. Hey Walt. Hey OZ Gaming 9, good to see you here. One of these days we're going to wind up here at the same time and we'll actually get to meet. OZ Gaming 9 has a YouTube channel which is, as far as I know, the only other one which offers live streaming on a regular basis from DFW Airport. Did I just knock that tripod? So check out OZ Gaming 9 for his fine work. And together we enjoy bringing you live coverage from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. I'm assuming he's enjoying it. He seems to be having a good time when he's on the air. Getting myself a cool drink of water here, so hang on there. Bill Platt, another fine member, charter member of the DFW, Runway DFW Moderation Federation, says the first day of fall here in South Jersey, New Jersey that is, we went from highs of 80s to lows of 60s to highs of 60s to lows in the 50s. That sounds kind of nice. Ken G says, I've not seen Turkish here yet, looking forward to it. Let me look at my little cheat sheet here. I don't see it coming in till the 6 o'clock hour, which is about an hour and 20 minutes from now, or at least that's when the 6 o'clock hour starts here in Texas, in this part of Texas. Bill Platt says, it's perfect. Open up the windows and sleep like a toddler weather. That sounds really nice. Let's see what we have coming up here in this hour as far as arrivals go. The British Airways flight is estimated to arrive a little early at 4:53, so it's not too far away now. It's just about a little less than 15 minutes that we're talking about the A380 British Airways Flight 193 Speedbird coming in from London. A little early. This will only be the second time I've seen it come in early. It's usually a little late or sometimes a lot late, but not today. The Qatar Cargo 777 we talked about earlier is coming in from Los Angeles, and it's estimated to arrive at 5:21. So that's about 40 minutes from now. And if we're lucky, we'll see it on this side, the American Airlines TWA Heritage livery, which is one of my favorites. It's supposed to be here a little after 5 at 5:09. So that'll follow the A380. We'll take a look at our departure board here. Finnair Flight 20 back to Helsinki. We did not see that coming in because it happened before we got here. It's supposed to depart in the 5 o'clock hour at 5:18 currently on the board. I have a Cargolux, maybe the one we saw coming in with the white nose. It'll be headed to Luxembourg, back to home base, at estimated at 5:50. So we should be here to bring that to you. And if we get a good turnaround time on the A380, maybe we'll see that launch into the sky while it's still light outside. Because often we have to stick around till it's dark. We've got a Qatar Airways A350 headed back to Doha, scheduled for 6:50, just before 7, so it'll be getting dark at that time here. So just to look at some of the things that are going to be happening in the next hour or two here on Runway DFW. And I saw LA girl checking in. Hello, everyone. Hello to you. Well, we've got an American Airlines Flight, American Eagle Flight 3708 coming in from Torreon, California. It'll be an Embraer 175, and that will be our next arrival here on Runway DFW. As we get back to the action. Another plane coming in. It's the American Airlines Flight 417, an A321, arriving from Phoenix, Arizona. I think the plane spotters are assembling now for the arrival of the sideways flying apartment building, otherwise known as the A380. We have for your viewing enjoyment now American Airlines Flight 2233, which has destination Mexico City there. That's an A319, and arriving from Sacramento, California. is that A321, flight 2081. And we've got some competition as far as people standing in front of us. We're about to bring you a Viva Aerobus from Mexico on its way back to Monterrey, be flight 685 in Airbus A320. Oh, and there's the lovely American Airlines heritage livery for Allegheny Airlines. We finally get a good sunny shot of it. Usually it's in the shadows. I love that one. That's got a snoot as well, does it not? So I say bring back the cheat line, which is what they call that stripe over the windows. Here's the Viva Aerobus poised for takeoff. That's flight 1497, and Airbus A319 headed to Wichita, Kansas. And the excitement is growing for the arrival of the A380. But you know, before that, we're going to get a special treat. We're going to get a Cargolux 747 coming in from Mexico City. So this has turned out to be a pretty good hour. Completely blue skies here at the big airport. As I seek out a nice long look at this queen of the skies. And I know that's a picture of a sign there, but our 747 is coming in from right behind it. We get a gust of wind. Someone over there doing a little flag waving. There is our second four-engined bird of the day. And you know what? We're about to see our third. Because the A380, everybody is looking north to the skies where the British Airways A380 is about to make its way to Texas. And yes, that's the sign again. So a couple of quad jets on parade there for you. First the Cargolux 747 and now the British Airways A380 Flight 192 coming in from London. There's a young lad with his new camera, I overheard him say, sharing his newly captured images and making it so that there he is showing them off. Might as well show you that because we can't see the airplane.
Do they actually use that like a model?
Well, there's the young lad with his camera. There is the target of our attention right now. Yeah, we saw the guy waving flags. He had an American flag and a Texas flag. I'm guessing maybe he was welcoming someone who was on the flight and maybe they had prearranged some kind of a welcome. I don't know. Fabulous aircraft, says Waters. I imagine it's going to clear out a little bit here. And our official Runway DFW satellite truck beaming that image to the world. To those of you in the UK where it's pretty late at night, I guess. So we would expect to see that plane taking off back for London before we go off the air, hopefully. And we're into our afternoon rush now. So I didn't mean for that. For that rapid pan there. Just trying to see what we're looking at here. This is American Airlines Flight 1175, a 737-800 off to San Francisco. And you might wonder, why, Walt, are you in a spot where people are going to be in front of you? Well, unless I had some sort of a truck where I could stand on the roof, that might get me over some of them, but I would still have a hard time seeing everything because we couldn't park the truck over here behind the canopies. And the reason I'm here is because I'll show you in a second. This is American Flight 1981 coming in from Santa Barbara, California. It's an A319. But the reason I'm here at this location is because this is one of the few places where you can get a couple of hours worth of shade from one of these overhead fabric shade structures. And so it provides maybe like from 2 o'clock when I get here to set up until maybe 4 o'clock, 4:30. It gives full shade for our setup here. But then later in the day we have to kind of tent up our equipment so that it stays in the shade. And if we were more mobile, we could just pick up our tripod and move it somewhere else. But we're pretty locked in here between cables and batteries and other things. That's American Flight 1818 coming in from Omaha, Nebraska, a 737-800. Back to the flight line. Are there people in front of us? Yes, there are. And did I punch to the right camera? I think I did, but I must have gotten knocked off its kilter here.
Even did like a time of the sunrise here twice before.
So there's another American Airlines flight, or an A321. This one's headed to Anchorage, Alaska. Let's take a look at the Spirit Bird coming in. First one we see. I saw one out of the corner of my eye before, but so we were focused on something else when it was coming in. But yeah, it shan't be too long before that bright yellow livery disappears from airports around the U.S. and Mexico, and I don't know where else it flies. That was Flight 2700 arriving from Las Vegas. This is American Flight 544. I think it's headed to McAllen, Texas, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. There it goes. There you have American Flight 2009 rolling out of your picture now. It's headed to Seattle, I believe.
Airways and Lufthansa, Finnair, Lufthansa. Before we start.
American A320, going to maintain 7,000, contact first 119.4.
I think what we're looking at there is American Flight 2609 to Las Vegas and Airbus A321. At least the plane in the foreground is. Here comes American Eagle. No, it's American Flight 2517 from Calgary in Canada. Well, the excitement is building here at DFW Airport for the arrival of Kevin and Airline Videos Live. That's coming next month. So we look forward to helping him have a successful visit. But right now, it's a little after the top of the hour here on Runway DFW.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
So it's a little after 5 o'clock, 5:08 to be exact, here in the Central Time Zone, Saturday, September 24th, 2022. And it's your old pal Walt here at DFW International Airport. For this edition of Runway DFW, we are now in our third hour of broadcasting. We'll be here until it gets dark, unless things go wrong, but I don't anticipate that they will. So hang out with us, and we will be with you throughout the late afternoon and evening into the sunset time, so good times ahead for Runway DFW. Well, I'm afraid our tent is going to blow over here. We're getting a big gust now. And Flugelschaft is saying, great plan, meetup, yeah. Yeah, there'll be a big meetup here. I don't know, I can't even begin to anticipate how many folks will be lined up to meet Kevin of Airline Videos Live when he comes here next month for 3 days, I believe, of plane spotting.
Just see the A220? The A220 just landed, Delta. You don't see the slot.
Flugelschaft saying, plane spotter rule number 1, don't latch in others' picture. Well, you know, not everybody here is an official plane spotter. A lot of people are here just to hang out and watch planes, and you know, they don't really quite get the etiquette, obviously. And I just wish we had a little better perch. Well, one reason we do have some, have a little more interference from people is because A, we've chosen a spot that has some shade for some of the afternoon, and 2, we are and 2, we have so much equipment tied down with cables and tables and things like that. We just can't move very easily, because otherwise we might be out there a little ways on the lawn there, where we'd have a little better chance of not getting our picture interfered with. And in fact, that's where I would usually shoot from until the airport folks started turning on their sprinklers on a regular basis, because we've had such a drought here in Texas. They need to try to keep things green, and if only for fire prevention purposes. So that's American Flight 1870 coming in from Eagle, Colorado. We have American Flight 2298, there you see. It's an A321 on its way to Las Vegas. And that's our next departure on Runway DFW. Oh, you see the Finnair there. Did you see it? Finnair A350 headed back to Helsinki. And, you know, if we have very good thoughts, we may get to see it take off from this side, as we did the A340 of the Lufthansa brand earlier this afternoon. Hello. Hang on a second, folks. We have a subscriber. What's your name? Vivek. Oh, yes. Pleasure to meet you. Now you see what we do. Always nice to meet a subscriber in person. as we follow along with the A350 there. And I don't know, what do you think? Is it going to take off from this side of the airport? It's often redirected over to the east side of the airport. There's an American flight coming in from San Jose, California there. I think we've, well, there it is there. I think we've lost our view of the Finnair flight. Let's see if we can pick it up there. There it is. Look at that. Larry Van D says, one would think others would notice you filming and stop stepping in front of you. Well, you know what, again, I don't own this space here at DFW Airport. And if people want to walk in front of me, I guess they can. I'm not, I do have an air horn that I can deploy, but I don't know, it usually doesn't work. Nobody pays attention to it. Not exactly sure why. There is the sky, folks, and there's just there's no clouds whatsoever to break things up as we welcome a Frontier Airlines flight coming in from Denver. I was almost too zoomed in to see it. And to who do we greet on the tail today? I'm going to say some sort of a feline. That's an A320 coming in from Denver, flight 997, and that would be Junior the Lynx. Where did it go? There it is. I need to loosen up my tripod there a little bit. Well, regrettably, our Finnair flight this afternoon is being directed over to the east side of DFW Airport. So what I try to do is put a tracker on it so that when it takes off, I should get some kind of an alert. And hopefully we'll get to at least see it climb into the sky. What do you say? American Flight 969 is about to rise into the skies here at DFW Airport. Its next destination is Los Angeles. Coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul, it's this Delta Airlines A220 100, flight 2946. Time for your host to have another sip of water here. The FBI wants to know, when is the next 737? Well, there's a Mesa Airlines plane coming in, but that's not a 737. The next flight after that is going to be Volaris coming in from Guadalajara. It'll be a Airbus A320. And we'll show that to you momentarily. And that'll be followed by a American Airlines flight from Ontario, California. That'll be an A321, not a 737. There was my water break. Now let us welcome the Volaris flight.
Yeah, I know, like Envoy and Mesa were a couple of I saw you pull out your camera. I was like, okay, thank God she got it. No, I did.
Well, our plane spotter with a new camera, so enthusiastic. He stepped in front of our camera. American Airlines Flight 2406. Oh, there's a 737 for you, FBI. So they're getting a good look at it, FBI. That's what a 737 looks like. Off to Minneapolis, St. Paul, the Twin Cities. Do the Twin Cities have a cordial relationship? Sometimes, at least in the past, Dallas and Fort Worth, it's been pretty competitive. Here comes American Flight 1821 from Ontario in California, an Airbus A321. We shall now turn our attention to the northern sky, where we've got another big 777 coming in. It's American Flight 79, arriving from London. After a 9-hour and 22-minute flight. There it goes, and I guess I lost track of that Finnair flight. Is it still there? Oh, it's about to take off. So, what we're going to do now is do what we often do, is aim our lens over towards the center part of the airport. And we will try to bring you Finnair Flight 20 to Helsinki, lifting off from behind all that. It's up to 36 miles an hour speed, so it's got takeoff speed. Now time to pick the A350 out of the air. I just saw its tail go by there, so I'm going to kind of approximate how fast it's going. We'll see if we can guesstimate when it will rise into the sky. Qatar Cargo, another 777 for you here. So that one's coming in from Los Angeles. A 777-FDZ, as they say across the pond. Bill Platt, one of our great Moderation Federation moderators, says, I'm enjoying others in the shot. It's a different atmosphere from the typical sterile environment of airport streams. It is plane spotting after all, not plane broadcasting. And, you know, that's something to think about. Right in front of where I'm taking shots. I mean, I don't mind if people get in the way. Karen Monson says Qatar Airways has a nice livery, beautiful plane. It's not British Airways, however. It's kind of a handsome livery. Here comes American Flight 2655 from Portland, Oregon. It's an A321. And we will try to peek through the crowd there. No, there's some of it. There it is. I guess I like to think that if I were a plane spotter who was kind of mobile, and I had a camera and that's all I had, or maybe a camera and a little tripod, I would endeavor to stay out of the way of others who might be a little more tethered. That's just me. Next on the docket is American Flight 2221, a minibus A319. Coming in from Querétaro in Mexico. On Runway DFW. Now lighting up the northern sky is American Eagle Flight 4146, an Embraer 175. I have to tilt up a bit to see it. It's coming in from Amarillo in West Texas. Plane Spotting with Keith says it's nice to see the younger generation excited about aviation. And Runway AFW, not to be confused with Runway DFW, says, I'm also the younger generation because I'm 10. So there you go. We've got it covered here. That's American Flight 1955 going through your shot there. Coming in from San Diego. There are people. There is the East Tower. But we are having fun here at Runway DFW. Nothing's taking off right now, but we are about to see the arrival of American Eagle Flight 3989 coming in from Corpus Christi on the Texas Gulf Coast. It'll be an Embraer 175. So are you ready for that? Ready for some Embraer, hot Embraer action? Keho says, Walt might need a real TV broadcasting vehicle that he can broadcast from the roof. What do you mean a real one? I could broadcast from the roof, but look at those satellite dishes. They would, I don't want to get zapped by RF. So no, that's out on that vehicle. Maybe I'll have to get a second one. Or one of those scissor lifts. That would be good. Just do a scissor lift in here, set it up, and climb up on there. That'd be way over everyone. Not sure if the airport authority would be so keen about that. Well, they're talking aviation, so. There's the big ol' Airbus A380. It has disgorged its passengers. It is being cleaned and disinfected and loaded up for its return trip to London. Loading it up with food, fuel. Here comes American Airlines Flight 2926 from Tulsa in Oklahoma. We may actually have a clear shot of it landing. Yay. American Eagle Flight 5904 in the air for almost an hour. Is about ready to greet us from Midland in West Texas. Just crossing over Highway 114 right now. Of course, is operated by Mesa Airlines, as you can see on the tail. Which at a glance to me always looks suspiciously like NASA. I mean, not if you look closely at it, but at a glance. Right? They're getting ready to take off is American Eagle Flight 3870 for Waco, Texas. Not a very long trip, Embraer 145. We are going to look at a flight coming in from Palm Springs. It's going to be American Flight 2673, 737-800. Shadows are getting longer here at Runway DFW. I'm waving to you from just next to this cigarette dispenser, which fortunately nobody's been using since I've been here. And there's camera 2 right underneath us, pointed at the East Tower. I'll give you the camera tour here. There's camera 3, the one that's kind of giving us the super wide angle view. And camera 2 is giving you this, not that view, camera 2 is giving you this view of the East Tower. But camera 1's our main camera. American Eagle Flight 3577 from Oklahoma City in Oklahoma. In Embraer 175. I'm just taking a little break here, as you can see by my inactivity. Still punching cameras up though, look at that. Punch. Well, let's see, the plane that just went through our view there looks like it's American Flight 2448, 737-800 on its way to Reno in Nevada. And there it is, as we are getting ready to take a look at Flight 1206, American Airlines from Bozeman, Montana. The 737-800 now landing. So we've seen pretty much all the big aircraft that can ply the skies. We've seen a Dreamliner, we've seen 777s, we've seen an A380, we've seen an A350, we've seen a 747. That is American Flight 2448 off to Reno in Nevada. Did I say that? I think we saw that as it was pulling into position. And there it goes. Camera 1, pick it up from there. And if you are just joining us, welcome to Runway DFW. Please subscribe and like, trademark. But we had our fourth go-round in the last 3 broadcasts. This one, as I recall, is coming in from Indianapolis. And it just didn't even get close to the runway, it just went right up. And I didn't see it land. It must have landed elsewhere. I think I would have noticed it. And if you've ever wanted to be outstanding in your field, check out these two. They are in the field that's a lot closer to the flight path than we are. And the planes tend to go pretty much right over you at that point, so you get a little more action. It's a little too far for us to go, but there you get a kind of an idea of what they're seeing. American Flight 2343 coming in from Colorado Springs, a 737-800 model. As we approach the golden hour here at DFW Airport. And you are looking at Flight 2709, destined for Palm Springs in California. You were just seeing there American Flight 2433, headed to Portland, Oregon. An Airbus A321. An Airbus A319 arriving from Montrose in Colorado after an hour and a half in the air. Airbus A319. Poised for takeoff now is that CRJ 900 or 900 ER. Checking out from DFW for a check-in in El Paso, Texas, the far west part of the state. And there again is the Portland-bound flight, now edging closer to takeoff. Portland, Oregon. We do have at least a couple of Portlands here in the U.S. Maine and Oregon. I've been to Portland, Oregon, beautiful city. Not to Portland, Maine. I once was considered for a job in Portland, Oregon, a TV job, TV news job. And you know, you kind of wonder how things would be different now if I had accepted that job. Or not if I accepted that job. Check that, if I had been offered that job. I went there and kind of fell in love with the city, and I was not a final candidate, let's just say. But I got a free trip out of it. Do people even do interview trips anymore? It's been so long since I looked for a job far away that I'm just wondering if Zoom and the internet have taken all of that out of the equation. I guess if you were a real serious candidate for a high-paying job, but you know, I was kind of a mid-level kind of guy. So I'm not, I just wonder if people like that just kind of roll the dice if they get offered a job by, you know, after a Zoom interview or something. I do not know. Well, there is Big Bird, A380, hanging out. We'll see that take off in a little while. Our signal continues to come to you from the Runway DFW satellite truck, and Craig Jackson is our newest subscriber. And we thank you very much, Craig. We are now just 175 subscribers away from our next goal of 7,000. So that's pretty exciting. Oh, and I want to acknowledge a couple of contributors to our broadcast. Michelle RS with $20 tip says, let's hope it's cooler for Kevin. Great stream as always, Walt. Thank you, Michelle RS, one of our biggest boosters and also a great contributor to us as a member of our Moderation Federation. And also, I would like to acknowledge Bill Platt for a $5 tip to Runway DFW. Can I just give a shout out to the love of my life of over a year and permanent partner at I think you got cut off there, Bill. Let me see if I see. Oh, okay. It was a long message. Let me read the whole thing. I can't display it. After a year, permanent partner at work, going on 2 years now, Brittany. She returned from injury after a 6-month recovery from surgery. I have my... Hang on a second. I've lost that... I'm sorry, Bill. Let me see if I can find the rest of your message here. I have my on the... I don't have enough. I have my on the record... No, on the road boss back again. Okay. So I'm sorry. Oh, now I can see it. So let me say that all together. Can I just give a shout out to the love of my life of over a year and permanent partner at work going on 2 years now, Brittany. She returned from injury after a 6-month recovery from surgery. I have my on the road boss back again. Okay. So thank you again to Mr. Bill Platt, another one of our great moderators on Runway DFW. What a nice family we have here. So after a little refreshment break and taking a look at you guys' messages, and I'm taking a little sip here. You know, it's almost the top of the hour, and I think that's a good enough time. You know, it's close enough. We may get busy in a moment or two, so let's just take a little break here.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
So if you are just joining us, it's Saturday, September 24th, 2022. And if you're watching this on recording, then that's when this was being recorded. Just before 6 o'clock Central Time, you are looking at the big British Airways Airbus A380 getting ready for its trip back to London, which we will bring you later in this broadcast. It's 94 degrees Fahrenheit here at DFW Founders Plaza on a cloudless day, and we got more planes to look at, so hang out with us here if you can at Runway DFW. There's my microphone. Okay, we've got American Airlines Flight 1208 coming in from beautiful downtown Burbank, California, 737-800, and we'll be looking at that next on Runway DFW. So I get up from my folding chair, swing camera one around so you can get a view of this big old plane. Well, it's not that big, it's a 737. Got some cartwheel action going there in the foreground. My 6-year-old grandson is very good at that. I don't know how he learned that. Certainly something I could never do. Nothing on the flight line at the moment. We'll continue our King Watch in the meantime. And we do expect to see in this hour at least one and maybe two 747s take to the skies. I'll double check that in a minute, but I had a Cargolux going out and a China Airlines cargo going out. And in the next hour, in the 6 o'clock hour, there's a listing of a Singapore Airlines cargo 747 to fling itself into the wild blue yonder. Let me see if I can get an update on that for you. And we have a China Airlines 747 cargo scheduled for Anchorage at 6:05. We have a Cargolux, which was scheduled for 5:50 to go to Luxembourg, 747, but it's now been pushed back to 7:40.
Yeah, because Turkish comes in about 30 minutes.
Like what? What kind of plane? Dreamliner? What is
You hear it now. It's an American Eagle flight, or American Eagle Embraer 175. One of the workhorses of the American Eagle fleet. That's flight 4044 coming in from Asheville. I want to say North Carolina. Is that North Carolina or South Carolina? Once again, my geography fails me. Making the turn there for Missoula, Montana is American Airlines Flight 2032, an Airbus A319. Speeding down runway 18 left as it attains flight velocity. From Myrtle Beach, I believe that's South Carolina, another Embraer 175, American Eagle Flight 4068. American Flight 2199, 737-800 off to the capital of Texas, Austin. A moment of quiet for us now. Still got that A380 in our sights. American Airlines 737, which I didn't catch the, didn't look like it had any identification on Flight Radar 24. I told the tale on our last broadcast that I have set up a Flight Radar 24 feeder, which consists of just a little, $35, well, it used to be $35 Raspberry Pi computer. Once you set it up, it doesn't need a monitor or anything. You just plug in a little RF receiver card, which I think I got like for $15 or $20 on Amazon. And after I set it up, I put it in the attic, and it's just sitting up there, feeding data to Flight Radar 24 from about a 100-mile radius of Rancho Runway DFW. So, and the benefit to that is that you get a free business account with Flight Radar 24, which is worth I think a couple $100 a year. Now the only problem with that is that Raspberry Pis, because of the chip shortage, Raspberry Pi is just a little tiny credit card sized computer, and they become, it's up to version 4 now, and it's become more powerful and more powerful each iteration. I think I have a Raspberry Pi 3, but they're being scalped now because of the chip shortage. It's American Airlines Flight 387 coming in from Guadalajara in Mexico, 737-800. So anyway, back to Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi started, well, the organization is a non-profit organization, and it was established to help people, especially children and young adults and people who couldn't afford a quote-unquote real computer. So all you need is that little card, which ostensibly costs about $35, although I've seen it for more than $200 now being scalped. So all you need is that little card, and a case for it, and a power supply, and a standard keyboard and mouse, and it's got an HDMI output, so you can plug it into any standard widescreen TV, and it even has, I think, analog outputs, so if you had an older TV set, you could plug it into the video input of that. So it's real handy for experimenting and for just playing around, and the software is also free. It's based on Linux, so it's a great learning tool for kids. The problem is you just can't get them. They're on back order, and apparently the non-profit group which runs the Raspberry Pi Foundation has kind of shifted its focus away from individuals to probably schools and businesses and high volume buyers, and so it's kind of shut out the availability of supply for the regular individual. And I guess some individuals were savvy enough to see that there was a shortage coming. They scooped up these Raspberry Pi computers and are now happily selling them for multiple times their price, which is kind of sad because it's just such a cool way to get kids interested in computing. Well, here we go. American Eagle Flight 5899, a Mitsubishi 900 LR arriving from Des Moines, Iowa. Let me show you our setup here in the late afternoon sun. I can swing around. There's our table on top of table. There is our computer brain that runs the whole shebang. A little tablet there with a flight radar running on it so that I can look at it while I sit down. There's our, well, you can't see the sign. I should move the sign so you can see it. There you go. That helps people understand what we're doing here. And let's see. There's our vision mixer there, right there. Our audio board, a bunch of cables. And here's an A319 headed to Santa Barbara, California. Is my tripod going downhill now? I think it is. I'm going to need an adjustment here in a moment because that doesn't look right. I pride myself on level tripods, but that is definitely off level. So as soon as we see this plane take off going downhill, not really, I will switch to a different camera and make repairs. Since our satellite truck is in such nice lighting right now, I'll switch over to that for a second. I don't know, maybe my legs are drooping. Oh no, it looks totally level. What's going on here? There's a little bubble level on top of the camera. That's some sort of an optical illusion. And now everything looks level. Well, I don't know. Maybe my monitor was tilted and it made me think that the camera was tilted. I don't know. Well, back to the A380 at Terminal D. I'll duck under in the shade here for a second, as we currently have no activity over on this side. Keho says, I say goodbye for today and wish everyone a nice weekend. See you later. Bye. And goodbye to you, Keho. Good having you with us. Ken G is saying Pis are very powerful little devices. He's talking about the Raspberry Pi computer, which we were talking about a little earlier. That was me making a whistle out of my bottle, my water bottle. I'm going to go on about a 1-minute water break here, so that calls for something along these lines, I think.
Departure, good day, American 2129.
Your favorites. Disco time.
And we will be having more fun. I just checked the flight manifest, and it looks as though it's going to be almost 8 o'clock before the 787 takes off, which means it's going to be, I think, pretty dark. We will hang out for it, but I was hoping it would take off more closer to now. But I think originally, let me see if I can find it here again. It had been scheduled to depart at 7:30, which is about an hour and 10 minutes from now. But that's been pushed back to 7:56, according to the Flight Radar 24 departure schedule. That's also the time, well, 7:30 is now, so I guess I won't have any competition to the 747 Luxembourg bound flight from Cargolux. So that's 7:30, that's a little more than an hour from now. And I saw on here, $6:30, we're supposed to be seeing the American Airlines TWA Heritage livery. Now that'll be nice, I like that. That's going to Tulsa, so it should take off from over here. Guess we'll find out. There's a Delta flight bound for Salt Lake City. I think. We should momentarily be seeing a China Airlines cargo flight. And also Qatar Cargo 777, so got some things to look forward to here on the big show. Now, as for this Delta flight, it's flight 1666 off to Salt Lake City. It's an Airbus A320-100. Just 3 years old, but it has the old livery. That's odd. And there was that Wookiee growl. We have a Queen of the Skies about to come into our view. It's going to be Cargolux Flight 62N bound for Chicago O'Hare. It's going to be coming out right about there. Because it is on the radar, it is moving. It'll be a 10-year-old Cargolux 747-8R7F, for those of you keeping score. And we should be seeing it momentarily here on Runway DFW, so another 4-engined aircraft for you to savor. Our pals at Airline Videos Live checking in. Howdy, Runway DFW, says Kevin, and howdy back to you. We are eagerly awaiting your arrival here in the metropolitan area. And as Kevin has said on his broadcast, it'll be his first time ever at DFW. And I just continue to find that amazing that somehow in his career he hasn't managed to somehow sneak through DFW on I don't know, just changing planes. but glad to have you with us, Kevin. As Mrs. Runway DFW appeals, someone subscribe, get an account for your cat. Now, Charlene, that is not legal. We play by the rules here at Runway DFW. And our moderator Gerard says, big hello and a great honor to have you aboard today, Airline Videos. Runway DFW, question from Kevin. Can you pull up a car or truck there and be close enough for power? Well, let me show you how close we are. And if you're talking about getting power from a vehicle, switch over to that camera. We do have a new subscriber, Carol Cupic, just subscribed. Thank you, Carol. You're propelling us towards our 7,000th viewer or subscriber. So now, let me see if I can push the button here. Okay, so there is, I think as wide as I can get. There's parking spaces right there. There's the Runway DFW official car behind that pole. And then there's a sidewalk here. So I guess if you want to put any cables over the sidewalk, we'd need to get some of those cable tunnels, those ramps that would keep people from tripping over cables. But yes, it's possible. It's not far from our position. So that is the look at that. Here comes American Flight 1760 from Austin, Texas. Then Airbus A319. And right now we are still waiting for the emergence of the Cargolux 747. Well, we've got a Turkish Airlines plane coming in from Istanbul, 787-9. So we are going to divert our attention from the 747 watch for a Dreamliner on runway DFW. And Kevin, I'm sure you'll have plenty of wranglers to help you keep people out of your shot when you're here at DFW Airport next month for 3 days. Bringing airline videos live as, will this be the furthest east you've gone? So I know you've done Phoenix and San Francisco. And my understanding that he'll be on his way to Boston after that. There's a good picture of some hair from a young plane spotter. And I believe I overheard him say earlier that he's got a new camera and he's trying it out. And here we go. Oh no. I thought I saw the 747 pulling out, but instead of this, it's this American Airlines flight coming out of the terminal area, not the terminal area, the hangar area. So again, why we're looking this way is because that's where the Cargolux plane bound for Chicago O'Hare will be nosing out. Will it be the same one we saw before, the one with the white nose? I don't know. Airline videos, Kevin was saying, perfect, thank you Runway DFW. I was thinking of running a pickup with a flatbed. I have to say, if you use the flatbed for a platform, you're going to run into a lot of obstacles, even if you're up a little higher. I mean, it'd be possible, but there'd be some, well, I guess there's some places where you wouldn't have too much in the way. A777 is now poised for takeoff. It's American Flight 2318, and it is headed to LAX, the home of Runway of Airline Videos Live. Livery alert. One World coming in from Vancouver. Of course, that's an American Airlines plane with a One World livery. 737-800. But there's the 777 headed to LAX. I believe Kevin said he's booked himself a Dreamliner flight on American from LAX to DFW. That shot needs to come up a little bit, doesn't it? And you'll see a flight in the foreground coming in from Puerto Vallarta, the 737 American Flight 1288, there that is. And there goes the big 777 off to LAX. That's good. Sometimes I think I'm invisible. Oh well. That is well, what is that? That is... Well, no matter what that is, here's what we're waiting for. The Cargolux bound for Chicago. Let's see if it's the one we saw earlier, the one with the pearly white nose. I think that is it. I think Cargolux aircraft are normally have their nose painted in the same color as the rest of the plane.
Right turn, direct rabbit, maintain 10,000, American 43 net.
So Going Slightly Mad is checking in. Hi guys, welcome. As you can see, we have Kevin of Airline Videos Live on board. That always makes us smile. And Kevin acknowledging our help, and we have expressed through Brad Ward that we are always happy to provide whatever assistance you might need, logistical or otherwise, during your visit. Oh, and Kevin is correcting me, no Boston. So I know that had been on the agenda initially, but I guess that got cut off. So, well, can focus in here on DFW. That is American Flight 2881, a 737-800, destined for Chicago O'Hare, the same destination as this Cargolux 747. And what we have coming in now is an American Airlines flight arriving from LAX. And I think you'll see it there in the background momentarily. Now the next question will be, and there's that Los Angeles incoming flight. The next question will be whether this Cargolux plane will be taking off from here on the west side of DFW, or if it will be directed to take off on the east side, as sometimes happens. We will soon see. So the Cargolux cross runway 18 right, making room for this American Eagle flight from Monterrey, Mexico, to pop in. So, will this big bird make a right turn on runway 18 left and take off, or will it continue to the east? Got another incoming flight. This one from McAllen, Texas, going through your picture there. Cargolux in waiting. American Flight 1796, an Airbus A321 is there. It's going to Phoenix, Arizona. And there you saw the tail of the big Airbus A380, which is, I think it's going to be pushing back closer to 8 o'clock. Alaska Airlines Flight 717 is poised for takeoff to Seattle. 737-900. And it looks like the coast will be clear for the Cargolux 747 to make its move as soon as this aircraft clears runway 17 left. Let's see what happens here. If it makes a right turn, it's taking off. If it keeps going straight, it's headed over to the east side. It's now turning north on the taxiway, and I think that means it's going to take off from here. Sometimes the big cargo jets, I guess it depends on how fully loaded they are, can just make a right turn from where it had been and take off from there. It's a 2-mile runway, so plenty of room for it. But we will get to see this one take off, so success for us. We got to see a Cargolux, I think this Cargolux landing earlier, because I'm pretty sure they don't all have that same schnoz on there. Need your sunglasses for that nose cone. Almost like it's got a searchlight on there. And as we watch this Queen of the Skies lift off into the evening atmosphere, we now have lighting up on the radar, not that young lad's head, but a Singapore Airlines 747. That one is going to be bound for Brussels. So we have that to look forward to in the next few minutes with you right here on Runway DFW.
But I saw the C-17 at Midway.
Okay, so we have a moment of quietude here. There goes American Flight 1245 headed to the takeoff position. It's going to Eagle, Colorado. DFW Plane Spotters says good evening, and we say good evening back to you. Mrs. Runway DFW says, oh, is Walt still streaming? I guess they're having too much fun over there on the chat room, I think. Which amuses going slightly mad. So we've got some action happening at the north end of runway 18 left. We'll switch over to that momentarily. Sky Sight Films asks a question of me. We know how Kevin and Rudy got started in plane spotting. What made you want to jump in? Are you a pilot, or have you ever worked in aviation? Good work. Thank you, Sky Sight Films. And the answer is Kevin really works into that equation, because it was a little earlier last year about this time I started watching these plane spotting channels, and I think the first one that I took notice of was Big Jet TV over in London with Jerry, and who, by the way, had some spectacular coverage from Anchorage this week. Wow, what a place that is for plane spotters. It's like all 747s all the time, and then you get DC-3s and all sorts of planes you just never see other places. So anyway, so I started watching that, and then I found Kevin and some others, Curious Spotter in Chicago, and several others, and I thought, well, let me just look for whoever is doing the Dallas-Fort Worth channel. So I figured there must be something like that. I think that's the links we saw earlier. Meow. That Frontier flight is on its way to Denver. It's an A320. So anyway, I saw these plane spotters. I thought, well, you know, it'd be fun to sit in my living room and easy chair and on my big living room flat screen high definition TV to watch some nice DFW airport activity. And I scoured, and there are certainly some channels that have some tremendous, great recorded content, you know, in high definition and 4K. But I thought, well, where's the live stuff? And you know, if there was any, I apologize, but I didn't see any. So I thought, well, I'm old. I'm old enough to go back to the start of the jet age. Now, I'd never plane spotted before. I'm always interested in aviation, you know, peripherally, but I'd never gone out to an airport before to do anything more than casually look at airplanes. I'd never really taken any pictures. I didn't have any camera equipment for that, suitable for that. So I thought, well, let me try my hand at it. And so I took the one camera I had, which wasn't really appropriate, and the one tripod that I had, which was also similarly not suitable. And I went to the Denton Airport, which is the closest airport to where I am. It's a general aviation airport. And I thought, well, I'll just try my hand. I'll just go out there on a whim and see if I can do this. And so I did, and the day I went there, the afternoon, I think it was a Saturday afternoon or maybe a Sunday afternoon that I went out there, there had been a presentation of classic World War II planes. I think I showed it once. I kind of rolled it into, or a little summary of it. And one of the planes was the plane that my dad had flown in World War II. It was a not the same plane, of course, but it was a B-24 bomber, and he was a radio man and a side gunner on it. And it was just so interesting to see that. And there were a couple of other World War II vintage planes, and I got some pictures of those. I thought, this is fun. So I got myself a real tripod, and I got myself a kind of a junior video camera, which had a long enough lens on it. And I came out here and I did some practicing in October of last year, and I think it was not until the end of November that I put a stream up, a live stream, once I worked out some of the bugs. There are still some bugs to be worked out along the way. There still are bugs. But that's just the nature of it. There's no book that's written to, you know, here's how to live stream from an airport. That does not exist. So it's fun to make it up as you go along. I was, you know, my whole career has been spent in TV news, as was Kevin's. And so I kind of, he was kind of my guidepost, really. And his behind the scenes videos have been especially helpful to me in terms of how he does what he does, and how, you know, when I started watching him, he was pretty much flying solo. He now has some help from Rudy and Christy on occasion, and they've certainly added a new dimension to the broadcast. But you know, Kevin is the guy, and so I'm real excited to be able to have an opportunity to meet up with him and have a chat if he's got the time for that. Certainly let him know what I've found out from this location. Anything that could help him. But you know, I'm no spring chicken. You know, I'd be old enough to be the dean of airport live plane spotters, except I haven't really done it for that long. I've only done it for less than a year, so you don't get to be a dean for that. But as far as my age goes, yes, I could be that. Well, that is our Queen theme. We didn't have an opportunity to play it earlier, but that's what we generally use to signify the appearance of a 747 here at DFW Airport. We don't see enough of them to have this music get a little tiresome, but you're looking at Singapore Airlines Flight 7979 off to Brussels. It's got the classic stripe on it. This is a 16-year-old edition of the Big Jet. The Queen of the Skies. And I love that livery. I just have one quibble with it, which I've discussed before. And that is the font that they use for the name of the airline on the side of it. It just looks really, to my eyes, outdated. And we'll see it here in a second as it turns. That's not a terrible font. But I just think it was something less, I don't know, just not a fan of that font. Please don't stand up in front of me.
17,000 American 1069. 7 nice afternoon, American 1405. Out of 2, climbing to 10. Alpha 3636, making 173 knots, JT contact Cal, 136.55.
Maybe I should get a real air horn. I wouldn't do that. But anyway, yeah, I'm not a fan of that font. I should take one of my pictures. Okay. I should take one of my pictures of this and superimpose different fonts on it. We'll have a contest to see what people might like better. What think you, viewers of Runway DFW?
Direct to store, 10,000, record 1405, thank you.
Clive Barber checking in saying, the oldest live streamer in the business, respect. Airline videos, Kevin says, Walt, you need a pickup truck. Well, you know what? There is a pickup truck in the Runway DFW fleet. I mean, obviously, I cannot stand atop the satellite truck because, you know, those, Kevin, you know from TV that there's big RF coming out of those dishes. You don't want to get some terrible disease or illness. But the problem is, you know, a pickup truck along here, and I'll just tear away from this for a second. If you're parked over here, even if you're elevated a little bit, you've got these poles in front of you, and I don't know. I've never tried it. It just doesn't look like it would work to me. Might be worth a try. Come on, young man. After a regional American Eagle flight, we'll be seeing a American Flight 81 coming in from London Heathrow, and that will be a 777. Triple 300 to be precise. So some heavy action for you here in the very late afternoon. Just wave this kid away. He knows I'm here. Oh well. Maybe I need like a beacon on top of my hat. Like a rotating, bright beacon. Your suggestions. Here comes the 777 from London.
8027 for American 2737. Shore, runway 17 right.
And there you see the beautiful late afternoon sunlight.
American A350 with you, visual 17 center. American A350 DFW tower, 11807, runway 17 center, American.
And here goes the Singapore Airlines Cargo 747. Let's see where it goes. Going to Brussels, as I recall. Question is, where will it take off from? Looks like it's making a beeline to the east side. Which is not our desired position, but I think that's where it's going. Over the bridge. And there it goes with the skyline of Dallas in the background. And I can't, everything is photobombing me today. Maybe I need a sign, no photobombs permitted within 30 feet. You know I'm here, right? Okay. Oh, well, thank you. It's just that if you were a little less, if you were a little more invisible, that would make my shots be a lot better. That's okay. Well, welcome to the club. I heard you talking about a new camera. That looks pretty cool. How it's a 300 millimeter lens? Whoa. You can get some pretty close stuff on that. And we await the departure of the A380, which, what is time? 7:10. It'll be coming up later this hour, I think towards the end of the hour. I think it is time once again for us to fashion ourselves a station identification.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
You are watching live continuous coverage, I think that's what Kevin says, from, and he'll soon be saying this, from DFW International Airport in Texas. It's Saturday, September 24th, 2022, 7:11 in the p.m. as the sun goes down over North Texas, and as we continue to bring you airplanes taking off, landing, taxiing, all the kind of stuff you like to see, and that's what you're here for. So thank you for being with us on Runway DFW. Here we go, more stuff. Okay, we continue to be served by our Runway DFW satellite truck as a plane goes by behind it. Who knows, maybe someday I'll have a real satellite. Well, you don't really need a satellite truck anymore, do you? Karen Monson says, I'm back for the golden hour. Phone charged good enough. Karen, get yourself one of those auxiliary battery things. And Bill Platt, going to the Singapore Airlines debate, says the font would be much better if it was slanted in conjunction with pinstripes. Well, that's a thought. We're still keeping an eye on the Singapore Airlines 747. It's over there on the east side. It looks like it's got some competition for takeoff. But we'll try to do what we normally do and at least see it lifting off into the sky as best we can, because we can't see it directly taking off. Meanwhile, we have another American Airlines flight about to depart for Los Angeles. I think this is it. I'll have to confirm that later. No, that one's going to Austin. It's flight 1205, American Airlines 737-800. Lifting off for Austin, the state capital. A flight coming in from Kalispell, Montana, American Flight 349.
American 557, speed 170 or better to G-Bush. Skyway 3027, for 10 degrees to left, maintain 4,000. Maintain 8,000, contact approach 127.07. 8,027.07,
Here is this the flight going to Los Angeles? I think so. Flight 2697. But I think the Brussels-bound Singapore Airlines cargo plane is about ready to roll down on the east side of the airport. On runway 17 right. So we're going to position ourselves to watch that big girl take off. a Mesa Airlines jet enters our view. Let's see if we can see the tail of this 747 as it goes by here. Should see it in the background. Those are buildings in Dallas which are being lit up by the setting sun. There goes the tail of the Singapore Airlines plane. So it's back there somewhere now. Did I miss it? There it is. So off to Brussels it goes. And what we just saw there was American Airlines Flight 2417 arriving from Mexico City. There are some cool late afternoon reflections off the Westin Hotel there on the other side of the airport. Here comes a Volaris plane. It's going to be headed to Guadalajara. It's an A321. And here comes an American Airlines flight from Reno, Nevada. 737-800. You get used to saying 737-800 here at DFW Airport, don't you? To leave you there for a second for some maintenance. Coming in from Jackson in Mississippi is American Flight 1416, an A319 minibus. You were seeing that Volaris aircraft, the A321 now, or A320, sorry. It looks like it's going to be next on line to take off, and but meanwhile, you see the Qatar Flight 22G, an A350, that's off to Doha, and it's going to be taking off from the east side of DFW. Where'd that plane go? Did I miss it? I think so, I did. Well, arriving from Sacramento, it's an A321 American Airlines Flight 2078 on runway DFW, almost after dark. Maybe I should try a truck bed show as like a demo for Kevin to see what he thinks about that. It'd be easy enough for me to do. If I can convince Mrs. Runway DFW to let me borrow her truck. It's really her truck. There's a little yippy dog in the neighborhood. That was American Eagle Flight 3831 on its way to San Luis Obispo in California. Over here to see another American Eagle flight taking off for Lubbock in Texas. I think. No, that's not American Eagle, is it? That was American Flight 1312 headed to Silao in Mexico. Plane spotters enjoying a very nice evening. It's kind of cooled down a bit now that the sun is down. It's just 90 degrees here. 90 degrees, it's hardly any Fahrenheit. And they will be seeing the arrival of American Flight 13. No. What will they be seeing the arrival of? Oh, Heritage livery, Allegheny. What did we see earlier? Did we see Piedmont earlier? We were supposed to have the TWA livery make an appearance, but maybe it went over to the other side. For those of you who are new, that was an American Airlines plane, but it's painted in Heritage livery, which honors some of the predecessor airlines that make up today's American Airlines. And so that was their Piedmont version of that. I think we saw the Allegheny version earlier. They have TWA, they have PSA, they have Air Cal, they have Reno Air, and they have at least a couple of American Airlines Heritage liveries. We saw just the tail of the the previous incarnation of American Airlines, the one with the AA on the tail, which is the one I like the best. And American also has what? An Astrojet version, which is an even earlier incarnation of their own livery. So fascinating. That plane was off to, that A321 you just saw is off to Salt Lake City. And what are we seeing here? We are seeing the pushback of British Airways Flight 193, which is our A380 of the evening. It'll be going to London, so we can keep our eyes on that. Oh, and Chuck Tulsma reminding me that there's also a U.S. Airways American Heritage livery. How could I forget that?
American 2455 on the visual.
Yeah, he's trying to find it. What he was saying, Color plane, God. It was at night. We had an actual plane one.
And Teresa Borelli speaking to our friend Kevin at Airline Video, saying she's looking forward to tomorrow's stream, Sunday stream, and when you guys come to do your show at DFW, it's going to be an awesome stream, and it will indeed. Can't wait to see it. And Cat's Meow. Oh, sorry. I pushed the wrong button there. Looking for this. Cat's Meow saying it's so nice seeing people enjoying the planes. Yeah, there's a lot of people here just hang out. They're not here to take pictures or to, you know, collect liveries. They're just here to watch planes and, you know, have a bite to eat. Be away from the television for a while, I guess. And here I am helping people watch television. Durrani T says, hello everyone and good evening to you all from Saudi Arabia. Hello, Durrani. He is a regular here. Oh, and Kevin replying to my suggestion earlier that we might try a pickup truck here, and he's going to have one no matter what, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll talk to Mrs. Runway DFW about it. Problem is gasoline. We're about 50 miles away from, we live about 50 miles away from the airport. So that's a 100-mile round trip, and pickup trucks are not inexpensive to fill up. And I have an electric car, so I don't have to worry about gasoline. Aha, whenever I pull out of the garage, I've always got a full tank. Hey there, we have a new subscriber and my screen is going dark. Angezika just subscribed to Runway DFW. Thank you. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. We're up to almost 6,850 subscribers, and there goes that Allegheny livery in front of that gigantic plane. And so yeah, we'll be at 7,000 before too long, I hope. Thanks to you guys.
So, there's a little spot on the north side of the road. On the side of the road. You get out and
Really? Yeah.
I'm reaching into my ice bag now for another ice cold water.
I can zoom in on the map. Okay.
Sure wish this one would start heading north here so we could see it while we still got a little bit of light left.
Wait, is that a 380?
that's something.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, so on your, I'll go under Google Maps and I'll show you. Okay.
You have to like send us some.
Karen Munson is saying this is my favorite airline and plane. Glad I get to see a departure as I did its arrival earlier. That's American Flight 1631 coming in from Santa Ana, California, 737-800.
Sometime next weekend.
And I think it will be crossing through this image shortly if we...
What was that for?
Oh, nothing.
Oh.
It was a little louder than I thought. Douglas Serrano is saying, "Hi, Runway DFW. Walt, sorry I'm late. I was watching the NASCAR Infinity Series race from the Texas Motor Speedway and had to run some errands, but now I'm here. You missed this earlier, Walt. Sorry. I don't see all of them, and I apologize for that. Texas Motor Speedway just down the street from, well, not down the street. It's maybe, 15 miles to the west of here? I think there's something coming that we might want to take a look at. It's going to be Iberia Flight 146, an A330 coming in from Madrid. Now that I'm sitting down, I feel like I'm talking like as a golf correspondent, watching somebody line up a putt. So anyway, see, what can we look at there? There we got that. That's American Flight 303, an A320 going to Spokane, Washington. Don't you know? But I'm gonna get up out of my chair. Felt good to sit down for a moment or two. And let me see what camera we've got going here. Okay. So we're gonna watch for the Iberia flight coming in from Madrid. And before we see that, we see the people kind of camped out here at DFW Founders Plaza. There's a lot more over on the other side of us. We've got a Qatar Cargo 777 now emerging to go to Nagoya, Japan. We've seen this several times. This is a regular Saturday route for this plane. So here comes the big 777 headed our way, and it should be taking, they should give it a clearance to take off over here on this side of the airport since it's going west. Not a guarantee, but we should see it there. But at this moment, we're going to swing around to see the arrival of Iberia Flight 146 from Madrid on runway DFW. So glad you are here with us. that's a... is it a go-round? No. Seems to almost be lifting off again. And that's a nice twilight view for you.
Is that the 380?
I got the directions.
That was Airbus A380-200, 6 years old. Here comes that Qatar Cargo 777. And if you're just joining us, we've got an A380, which is lumbering north to the takeoff position of runway 18 left. That was another thing I was thinking about. I'm saying that in a low voice. See, I think about crazy things when I'm in the car. On the way down here today, I was thinking if I could do a podcast that nobody else was doing, and it seems like everybody's doing a podcast about every conceivable subject, so I think that would probably be impossible. But my thought would be to interview people who have had a very prominent role in classic songs that everybody would recognize. We've got a parade going here. To interview people who had a role in very classic songs but weren't, they weren't the artist. So, for instance, the late Olivia Newton-John had a song called Let Me Be There. And there was a guy who did a part in that song, just did like a bass part. And he said something, oh, let me be there. I'd like to interview that guy. They just hire him for a one-off, and I'm sure he was a good, obviously he was a good singer. But how did he get involved, and was it his idea to do that very distinctive singing part? How did that happen? And there's so many other classic songs that have, either vocal parts in them or especially instrumental licks that weren't performed by the artist. And I think you could probably, if a very clever, well-connected person could make a very good podcast series out of that. So there's an idea for all of you budding podcasters out there. Let me know if you do that, because I'd love to see it. So again, the Qatar cargo plane is going to Nagoya in Japan. That plane you see rolling is, I don't know where that's going. Overhead was just an American Airlines plane coming in from Phoenix, an A321. So these two planes are, I don't know if I've ever seen two heavies headed north at the same time on different taxiways. At the same time. Should be seeing the A380 poke its nose into that shot there in a moment. A380. It's very slowly make. There it is. You can kind of see it there on the right side of your screen. Oops. Well, it's kind of busy out there right now. SkyWest regional jet sails through the picture. That British Airways plane looks so much brighter than the, well, the Qatar plane, of course, is a gray toned, but that white really looks bright. Still got kind of dueling heavies over here. Tails crossing. There goes the Okay, back to the King. The king of all airplanes. I think this will be our swan song for this evening. Well, we're about done for, I think. It's getting, oh, I don't see anything on that camera, do I? Our crew in the satellite truck, and we welcome Dev to Runway DFW as our newest subscriber. Thank you, Dev. We are just about ready to turn out the lights here. It's been a joy bringing you this presentation for the last almost 5 hours, and we will be back this week later on. I'm not sure yet which day of the week we will set up our presentation for. Last week we were on twice during the weekdays, and I thought that worked out nicely. So we might try that again this week if we can swing it from here in the friendly confines of DFW Founders Plaza. So that's going to do it for this week, and we will be back with you again on Runway DFW. So let me put this over here, hit the button. That kind of wakes you up. You've been watching Runway DFW live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. The original live stream, as far as I know, from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, and the oldest live streamer here, maybe anywhere, I don't know. But anyway, we'll be back next time. Until then, as we always say, happy contrails to you until we meet again, and we will, on Runway DFW. Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Stay tuned for The Price is Right, which follows at most of these CBS stations.
We hope you liked it. Too late to change it now.
Bye.